$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here, Confession of Covenant, breaker 7 seals. Again, brothers and sisters, you get these nasty grams and I tell them, why don't you just go ahead and take $5,000? Like I'm saying, all them Joes, the Farrakhan, and all this stupid stuff, just come get your $5,000. So some of them are just embarrassed. They don't want to know they was taken by a liar. See, some people, sometimes, you get embarrassed. You do something like somebody made a fool of you, and you don't want everybody to know you was made a fool of. Sometimes you double down. I've seen people do that. They double down. But, if they walk away from Farrakhan, they admit that they was taken for a fool for years. Because they gave him money and everything else. They double down. No, he's got to be all right. In their own mind, they deceive themselves. That's their business. I'm not into that. Are they into that? Because the purpose of the mission of the covenant is to remove all flaws. If you got a flaw in your thinking, you refuse to get it corrected, then that's on you. Anyway, Bill, so I have a special presentation today. Right now, I'm working on a special project. It has to be done. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But it's taking a little longer than I expected. And I have a couple of things I have to say about what's going on right now. So I'm taking a break to get this out, and I'm going to continue working on that other project this evening. Hopefully I can get it done in the next couple of days. 2 parts to it. Okay. So we're getting there. Okay, let's see what I got here. See, brothers and sisters, this is a liar. Daniel called him a liar. Exodus called him a liar. Elijah Muhammad called him. He said Elijah said he would be his worst and a hypocrite. What did they have to do? This is one of the worst part of my mission. I say, like you tell someone I have to go to college and tell the people in the college how to add and subtract. What? How did he get into college? Well, I got to go out and add and subtract. That's what it gets down to. Because, let's see, it's a little more complicated because see, you didn't realize that half the people in college was really gorillas. They just looked human. That's why they was there. Then when you get there, oh man, no, that's why they can't figure it out. That group right there, they're gorillas. You see? Oh, damn, you didn't see that? No, my vision is bad. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's why you guys go do it. Yeah, you ain't gonna. No wonder. Huh? You see what I'm saying? Hold on, bro. Take the sound check here. And that's the problem. On that note, see, that's something I'm gonna talk about a little. What maybe I'm interested now. My demons, half demon, half man. See, they don't talk about demons because that manifests who they are. If they do, they talk about some kind of skewed way. I don't recall Elijah ever mentioning the word demon. I'm not sure. But see, I'm, I'm not going to be able to do what I need to do. Time's run out. See? And that's one of the primary reasons for the tribulation. You know, I talk about the C bomb, how you build up all the affliction stuff they put on you. You store it up. You don't retaliate. You just store it up, and then suddenly it burst out all of a sudden, like a damming up something. Okay? And tribulation is a damming up process. It was a dammed up process because growth and resistance. And so the Levites refused to grow. That's why it wasn't getting any resistance. It tells you that in Exodus, because Moses had to build that bronze statue, bronze cross, rather, the bronze serpent. Because people they didn't want to do what Moses had said. He was afraid of serpents. Little serpents was attacking him. So he said, if you believe in that, they'll leave you alone. So, come to serpents, we belong to serpents. If you do what these serpents want you to do, don't bother anymore. And that situation Levites, because most of it is just plain fear. I think 90% is just plain fear. Oh, I might lose my job, man. This might happen to me. Or I lose my apartment. Or I lose my Section 8. Or they don't want to admit it, but that's a lot of part of it. I know because maybe it's just me, right? I've always been fearless. And I attribute that to my father. Was cold, man. I shouldn't say cold. He was hardcore. He beat the hell out of me. I don't think he did it out of meanness. He was just from Louisiana, and that's the way they did things. In fact, when I was growing up, he wasn't the only one doing that because you had a father. I was in the house. They didn't kick him out. That's why they kicked him out, right? You didn't see anybody walking around no braids, wrist broken, pants hanging down. You see somebody do anything like that. So you see it now because the father's out the house. And one reason they're wearing braids because they're trying to be like mom. They don't realize it. Maybe they do realize it. I don't know. He was hardcore. So when he passed out at 14, I wasn't afraid. I said, nobody could be harder than me. He was. I just didn't have any fear about anything. I just didn't. Maybe that's natural. Maybe that's because of that process. Only thing I feared it was him. I did fear that man, right? But after that, I didn't like the process, but I liked the result. 14 years old on my own, right? And so I would do things people always thought I was crazy. Went to the military, right in the middle of Vietnam. You crazy, man? Right? Even when I was in Vietnam, I wasn't even there. Wait a minute. It didn't bother me. I wasn't fazed by it. And then when I ran across Elijah in the scriptures, I went looking for him, and I walked away from the military. They could have put me in Leavenworth. If they caught me, they could do. I didn't change my name. I just went look for him. I didn't care. I didn't care about them. I said that's the right thing to do. In my mind, it was the right thing to do. I don't care. And people used to could understand that about me. It's like when I came to New Jersey after Elijah departed, I stayed in Chicago up to 83. I went there in 70. I was there doing Elijah 5 years. Then he departed. I stayed there. And then things happened, and I had to leave. And walked away. I had this job. I gave notes. I was gone. I left, went to Jersey. I think about, man, it was my car. I was into Mustangs then, right? And I think I had about a couple $100 in my pocket. How you do stuff like that, man? You tell no, I just left. Stayed with my uncle about a week. Right? Found me something, got me a contract job. In 2 years, I think about 2 years later, I had my mini mansion. Because when the Quran said, fear nothing but Allah, That's lots of probably we talk about. But our people got a lot of fear in them. It says in the scriptures that they didn't listen to Moses because they was afraid of Pharaoh. I had a little thing I had in my mind, right? I mean, I'm gonna get too far field here. I used to, think things through, right? So my son says, "Okay, we're born here. Nobody, I ain't asked to be born. I ain't asked, right? But I'm here, and one day I gotta die, and I have no control over that. At least that's what I looked at the time, right? So why in the hell am I afraid of dying? How you gonna threaten me with dying? Like, if I was immortal, and when I could die, as I had to kill myself or get in an accident, yeah, then I might be afraid, man. I'd be afraid of everything because somebody could kill me, but I'm not that. So how you gonna threaten me with death? In fact, I had a guy put a gun in my head one time before I went to the military and pull the trigger. Damn gun didn't go off. And I noticed my heart didn't skip a beat. I didn't think about that till later. So maybe I'm just abnormal. But no, I'm not emotionless because actually, before I learned about Celestial, I was like a wild man. I was always in somebody's stuff. You cut me off in the car, I cut you off and put out the car, I'm going to whoop your ass. I didn't weigh about 10 pounds. Just wow. So I did have I did have some emotion. I guess that's part of fearlessness. I just do stuff that I wasn't afraid, just wasn't afraid. Right? I got in a conflict with the Black Keystone Rangers one time. They didn't mess with us in Chicago. They didn't mess with the brothers. They didn't know me. I was in the fish market. So this dude walked in. I was small then. I was about 100 pounds, maybe 150, 10 pounds, 120. I was small. He comes in and he's about 6 feet, I guess, about 5'8" at the time, not 5'9", something like that there. And he got pushed me aside. He gonna order for, hey man, that ain't happening. I guess people at the dude knew him, so they didn't say anything. I guess they knew he was one of those Rangers. I didn't know. I saw it. Just when they were trying to get off, right? I pushed him back, say, man, hey, you gotta take your turn. He told me, hey, you know who I am? I said, no, I don't know you. I don't give a damn who you are. Get them out of the way. Let me take care of my business, right? He ain't said nothing. So I walked out, so he followed me. And I got my car, he followed me. I said, what the hell are we going to do? So I pulled up over Shabazz restaurant, right? Because it was about 4 or 5 blocks away. That's where the brothers hung out at, right? I pulled up there. And I went inside. I said, man, it's a clown. I said, he followed me. The brothers came out, man. They was going to tear his ass up. They recognized, hey, man, this is one of our brothers. Oh, you FOI, man? Hey, man, I'm sorry. I'm cool. Oh, boy. That's some weird stuff. Anyway, he maybe let them know because they were about to tear his behind up, right? And I said, what's wrong with Stu, man? Anyway, so the point I was trying, let me see if I get back to the point I was trying to make here. Well, I think I kind of missed my point. Let me get to another point I was thinking of. If he makes it hereafter, I'm talking about fear. I said most of the people, they clean this world's life and everything else because when you clean something, you kind of get afraid, right? You kind of hold on to their fear. And I recognize it. And fear this, fear that happen. I might lose might lose that, whatever. And so they don't admit it. They're just afraid. And my wife, she used to be real nervous with me initially. And then she got used to it now. I still make a little nervous because I do stuff. Say, like, I don't know if I give you examples or not. Like, I did contractor work, my own business. A lot of brothers, they still lost found got their slave names, and they couldn't understand how I did it. Come to a name Raheem, and I walked the walk, talked the talk. I didn't. There's no white people's ass, not like that. They're right. So, but when I contract work, I take contracts right all over the country. the country, right? So I get a contract, and they send it to me, and I look at it, and if the money's right, then sometimes I had one in Birmingham one time, I had one in Indiana, uh, Miami, all over the place, New York, and it's like a long story, but I came back from Guam, and I didn't have any money, and my daughter, she was like, so when she got 18, I get her a car, right? I think it had $1,000, right? Maybe 1,500, somebody was there. Okay, she turned 18. I said, okay, took her to the dealership, negotiated, gave him the whole 15. All I had for down payment, I had no money enough. I give my word. That's what I told her. I did it. I said, well, can you let me? Can you hold on? No. So I do. I did it. So now I had no money. Their contract came through, and they told me I had to go to. Actually, this was because I was in New Jersey at the time. I don't know where I was at. Anyway, I know the contract was in Tampa. And so you have to go. You have to go through a review process. The interview and everything. So, why would you drive me down there? I didn't have a car, anything. Because I came back, I had no money, I had no car, anything. So she drive. Why you gonna drive all the way down here, man? How you know you gonna get the car? I said, don't worry about it. It's just you gonna drive me or not? I don't think they had Uber back then, no. But okay. She said, you always do stuff like that. What? You ain't worried? I said, no, I ain't worried. I just don't worry about stuff like that. I never did. Right? Like I said, when I left looking for Elijah, I walked out the military, left Vietnam, went looking for him. You know, money, anything. I just was looking. Anyway, the story is, I got down there. I'm black. Raheem. He kissing everybody's ass. And so I asked a bunch of questions stuff. Right? And I answered the questions. I did have a good, I had good references. And they said, well, you don't have a degree on. I said, well, do you want somebody with a piece of paper? You want somebody to know how to do it? Into that, I got this. I got the position. And my wife, she sees me do that all the time. She said, I don't fear anybody. I'm not going to tell me I don't fear nobody by Allah, but I mean, I've lived that. And, and I don't worry about it. Anyway, so I can tell you stories like that over and over again. But our people's in a state of fear. After 40 years, they're in a state of fear. They think, oh, I don't do right. What you tell your children? Well, I mean, I'm not trying to be stupid. I'm going to get in front of cops' face and say, I'm going to kick your ass. You better give me a ticket. I don't do it, stuff like that. You say as either. Hey, okay, stop me. Okay, what's the deal? Okay, give me a ticket. And no one time. Right? I ain't going to do this no more. Took this brother, he asked me to take him to drop him off the bank. Take him to the bank. I take him to the bank. He goes inside the bank. I'm outside the bank in the car, right? The cop pulls up. Hey, what you sitting here for? I said, what's wrong? Am I broken the law or something? No, you sitting here. I mean, near the bank. I said, is that illegal parking here? Because he went off, right? I'm just asking his questions. So he got no reason to stop. So the brother came out and got in the car, and I just pulled off. And the cop, because I just pulled off. So he hollered out to me, said, eat shit and die. Well, he said, that's what the cop said. Right? Because he was wrong, and we couldn't hold me. He just asked me a bunch of questions. I'm not asking no question him. I wouldn't do anything illegal. I'm not telling anybody to go, get their face like that there. That ain't trying to be stupid. But you got to be afraid either. Right? But make slots helps that process. One thing slots did would help me control my lack of fear, because I was like, wow, man, I really was. And when I came back from Vietnam, I met some of the brothers I went to school with, but they were with the neighborhood brother. I put that away. He said, you still always fighting people all the time, everything else? I had that kind of reputation. Anyway, let me move on. It's a fear factor there. And that fear is going to be taken away in a minute. See? The fear factor. Because an embarrassment of being known as you've been taken advantage of. No thing. Because unless you're a demon, there's no reason, absolutely no reason that you can find to be around Farrakhan. Everything speaks against him. Everything. It's not even a close call. He even says Aaron. He says Elijah Muhammad said his worst hypocrite. His father's the devil. He hadn't produced anything. He badmouthed the message, tore down the Nation of Islam. So it's everything, no matter how you cut it, he comes up shit. How you spell it, how you call it. But they with him. And the thing is, that fear factor is going to be changed dramatically in a minute. Now, in some ways, it's going to be worse for some people and better for other people. Why I say that? Because some people's fear is going to be even greater in them, and that's that they're going to run looking for cover. What would I do? They're going to run to the nation out of fear of what's up, what they're up against. And then some going to lose their fear because now they realize all this shit is nothing. Shit is breaking, it's falling apart. Depends on their perspective. Some people will come because they fear their Lord, the reason for their fear is gone. America just got taken down. And then they realized that this was the truth they were being told. Something like that. And then some be more, oh man, what am I going to do? They're nervous. I got to run. These people are attacking us. See? There are going to be two groups, but they're coming. Master Muhammad is going to make us move. Because that's what, see, that's the help that the angel needed. That's help Joshua needed. Because he put information out there. It says those days were shortened. How would they be shortened? Because the angel would do it by itself. It just take longer to do it. Because you got to break down all this resistance, all these walls and everything else. Right? So whenever this war resumes, American dream will be snatched down, trashed, and that's the help they need. As I was saying before, because they refuse to grow out of fear or whatever, they mean resistance. Right? So now, if you're going to grow in one day, you'll be born in one day. I mean, you're going to have extreme resistance. If they took a start, they was growing with Elijah, they met resistance, they can continue growing, they wouldn't have to go to tribulation. Because remember, it's been over a period of time. But by now, it's been done. See, I know nobody ever thought of it that way. I can't get my people to think about anything. They didn't thought of it that way, because that works on that side too. They let Farrakhan stop their growth. So then they stop the resistance. But if you're going to grow from A to Z, that means you're going to have resistance from Z to A. See? So it just no matter what time frame is it going to be over 30-year period, or it's going to be a one-day period? So if you're going to grow one day, that means your resistance. That's why I tell people the tribulation is caused by the Levite. Because that's the resistance of their growth. And they caused it because they didn't stick with Elijah and continue growing. That means it would have come gradually. By now, they would have had it done without the tribulation. They cause these things for themselves, and you can't get that information through to them. You can't get that information through to them. They just won't get it. It's mathematics. Okay? Like I said, this is Babylon will be going down in one day. You do to them double as done to you, right? But their resistance to you is going to be at the maximum. Because you're going to be born in one day. That means, 40 years of resistance be done in one day? Yeah. That's what it is. You do what you did themselves. If they'll listen to Elijah. They listen to Farrakhan. Now Farrakhan See what he's done to him? He let him to. He just let him to. And a lot of them are not going to be able to stand. That's why people lost for lack of knowledge. A lot of them are not going to be able to stand that much resistance. And that's that much resistance. That just too much. A lot of them, it's just too much. It's like, say, if I punch you every day in the face with a 10-pound punch for a month, every day, 10 pounds. At the end of the month, that's 30 days, that's 300-pound punch. Hit you one time, bam. No, I don't respond. You hit one every day, 10-pound punch, right? For 30 days. I don't respond. So it's building up. It's 300 pounds now. I deliver that to you one day. Can you handle it? Maybe some might, some can't. Some people will not survive tribulation. Farrakhan and all these people, that's why they're going to get the most. That's why they're going to get the most grievous chastisement. They can get the most grievous chastisement because they part of the problem. Ben X, all you guys did that was taking and talking that stuff. So now all this will come on in one day. Because that's why they're going to get such severe chastisement. Because they're part of the problem. All this BS, stop it. Because that's what Farrakhan's purpose is to stop you from growing. Stop them growing. That's the whole purpose of the devil. That's the whole thing. Says, let's just screw with them. Because they was growing. That was their fear. They'll keep growing. They'll overcome us. It says it right there. That was their fear. So Farrakhan said, stop from growing. Stunt your growth. Oh, Dianetics, this and that. Devils ain't devils anymore. The growth was the lessons. Learn lessons, grow in your mind. Do it for self. Learn how to start doing self, preparing to rule your own country. He didn't prepare you for any of that. So therefore, you didn't do anything. So they wasn't bothering you. Little serpents wasn't bothering you because you was going along with Farrakhan. So now, only other result is they don't do anything, just die. Either be aborted or die. Excuse me, be aborted or grow. Be abortion or birth. That's what church you got right now. I'm going to try to explain to you in a minute. That's the problem. But now you're growing. One day, all that resistance, tribulation, caused by you, because you refuse to grow. And I know you're not going to, well, I might as well say it, by degrees. Say, for instance, you started growing 5 years ago. Right? That means you broke up tribulation a little bit. It's going to be a little easier for you. You already dealt with some of the resistance. If you started growing 5 years ago, if you have it, then you're going to get the full blast like everybody else. You can't. Like some people, it's too weak. They won't be able to take that blast. But for lack of knowledge, it's just too heavy. Resistance is pressure. All that pressure going to hit you at once. All that pressure going to hit you all at once. You say, well, I'm one person. Say he walk alone. And I endeavor to try to give as much information, but then I got to explain little things like that. Because if you understood mathematics, I wouldn't have to even say that. Because every action has opposite reaction. So to grow, that means you're going to have resistance. The more you grow, the more resistance is going to be. The faster you go, the greater resistance. That's where it is. Let's move on. I got a message. Someone said they're going to work on something. Well, that's your choice. I don't think they're going to. I don't think it's going to work anyway. Let's look at this, brothers and sisters.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flavor as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color.
Yeah.
It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground in unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We are family. Let's stay a family, be a family, and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. I had to do that. We love you. One more time, brother.
See, brothers and sisters, that's pure bullshit. It's not Elijah Muhammad's teachings. Absolutely not. It's totally against it. I was there. And all you got to do is just look up, read Mr. Black Man, I Hate to Live, All America, Our Savior Has Arrived, all those books, right? I'm speaking newspaper if you have, I have copies. In fact, you can go online now, and I'm not sure if they have all of them. They probably don't have all of them because they burned up a lot of that stuff, right? When I was there, the message departed. Wallace and Farrakhan burned up all the old Muhammad Speak newspaper. I was able to rescue a few, right? A few volumes. Anyway, you won't find anything resemblant that's totally opposite. Let me move on, brothers and sisters. Right here, look what the Quran says. This goes for those Sunnis too. Why does Allah forbid Muslims to be friends with Christians? Quran 5:51 says, do not take Jews and Christians as friends or protectors. So he said he's taking further than they going brothers. You got the House of Saud over there. They claim they fear no one but Allah, but yet still they look for America to protect them. Please protect me, Gog. It's sad. So much bullshit in this world, brothers and sisters. It's all about to be eradicated. Suddenly. Right? See, when they say, well, why is the lamb? Why are you leaving? Why are you leaving out here for a tribulation? Spell it out. Because 35 years, right, of resistance, I've been dealt with it. I spread out with 35 years, so there's nothing there now. I just stopped the growth. I expect expedited it. You see what I'm doing? I'm 24/7. So 10,000 pound growth over 35. Say you had 35,000 pounds of resistance, right? You go 35 years. That's 1,000. That's 1,000 pounds a year. 35,000, right? So I do 1,000 pounds a year. So we divided by 10 months proxy, right? About 10. See, 1,000. So that'd be like close to about 100 pounds a month. Close to that. You know what I'm saying? So a day, about 3 pounds a day, something like that. See? You say 35,000 pounds? We can win 35,000 pounds in 1 year. See the difference? That's why the elect and lamb is taken out of here, because they're already, they don't have no resistance. If God's help you got to grow, pick up. I've been telling 35 years, start picking it up. If you start picking up 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and you didn't minimize it. If you didn't listen, so now you're going to hit you full blast. It's just mathematics. If you understand pressure, then you read those books with pressure in mind, then it makes sense. Oh, well, they take it out here because they don't experience tribulation, right? But tribulation is all that, it's like a dam, all that built up, but not for them because they spread out over 35 years. They spread out over 10 years. They spread out over 5 years. Well, they won't go, but they're easy for, they would say some people will do exploits. Because when people go to tribulation, people are going to do it on different levels. Depends on how much growth they was doing. If they did no growth, they get the full blast. Full blast. But see, like I was saying, like I was trying to explain to a family member today, understanding is one thing and knowledge is something else. But they keep saying you understand. So you sure? Do you know what you mean when you say understand? Well, if you understood with this, you'd be able to apply that principle to tribulation too and say, oh, see when you, like sometimes you tell a kid, how much is 5 plus 3? Oh, that's 8. How much is 3 plus 5? They stare at you. Because they remember all those things, but they don't understand the principle. So they can't say, I understand how to. No, you know, but you don't understand. Memory is knowing. Understanding is, right, being able to apply, grasping the principle. And so if you grasp the principle of pressure, then you've been applied to every situation, then you say, okay, that's tribulation, it's resistance to growth, right? And the sooner I start, right, a certain period of time, right, to get from here to there. Like if you, I got a 60-mile journey, right? So if I start right now, right, and I go 60 miles an hour, I'd be an hour. But if I start half an hour from now, that means I got to go 20 miles an hour. I'm gonna break some, what I'm saying? It's just mathematics. He said, well, I tell them only one person. I shouldn't have to go into this kind of detail, but even if I did, I can't talk 24/7. You gotta start. So they're gonna have 5 months to figure it out during tribulation. Some gonna figure out based on it. Most gonna figure out based on experience. And experience, the best teacher, but it leaves scars. Move on, brothers and sisters. See, every time I get on, I reveal something I didn't reveal before. Part of the reason is because it's like I tell people 5 plus 2 is 8. 2 plus 6 is 8. Right? 1 plus 7 is 8. 10 minus 2 is 8. So, hey man, so they got it, right? And then next time I get on, I say, well, 6 plus 6 is 12. Well, that's a new revelation to them. But they don't understand the process. They did, oh, but he revealed it. So 12 plus, 6 plus 6 is 12. What did I say? What did I say just now? 12 plus 12 is 20? Yeah. I got to say that. You understand the process, and you should be able to, because you remember stuff. So every time I say it's a revelation. Oh, now the next day, right? 7 minus 3 is 4. Oh man, that's a new revelation. You see what I'm saying? To them, it's revelation. To somebody that got the process, that how I know that? How does that mean anything? See the difference? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. As far as I know, most everybody, people get knowledge, echoing. I don't see no sense of process. Remember any sense of process? Because if you got the process, you start producing. If you understood the process, you would be producing. If you understand the nature of our conditions, pressure, once you understand it, you'll be producing because you see the pressure in everything. You see how to apply it in every situation. But if you're just remembering, 5 plus 3 is 8, 7 plus 1 is 8, then you go to the store and you say, okay, this milk is cost $6. This juice costs $3, right? And how much is that? You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't told you that one yet. But you understood the price. Oh, that's 9. But you just remember stuff. Oh, damn. He never told me that one. 9 plus 3. 6 plus 3, whatever. That's the difference. So they only fool themselves. See? So and then just echo what you say. Oh, he told me 5 plus 3 is 8. So they out there, hey, 5 plus 3 is 8. It's echoing. And sometimes get that wrong. Well, 5 plus 3 is 7. That's why you get it wrong, because you don't get it right, so you say it wrong. It's just simple as that. That's what's happening. It says, the elevated place, they know all by their marks. I don't know why people think they can just bullshit people. But see, that's when, I'm not calling anybody dumb or anything, but see, that's the problem with dumb people. They don't know they're dumb. That's part of being dumb. Dumb people think everybody else is dumb. Dogs think you're a dog. They think you're some special dog, but how can they think you're anything else? But dumb people, they think, that's why dumb people get in trouble a lot, because they go out and do things, they do all this stuff, they think they're being slick. They think everybody on the same level they are, and then they get busted. How do you get busted? Like, I was wondering about this. I'm going to get off track here. But this guy that, Injil, or what his name is, he's on trial for killing this insurance agent or whatever. And I'm saying, he covered his tracks. But then he's walking around with a mask on his face. And he's in Berkeley with a mask on his face. I said, is that boy stupid or what? That's how they got him. I said, why are you walking around with a mask on your face? I don't think he was doing COVID. And that's why they got him. Got to his attention. They called police. I think this might be the guy. I said, because stupid people, this by definition, they can't think you're smart, because they have to be smart to recognize intelligence, smartness. So they think everybody's, and so therefore, they can't see above their own. How can you see above your own level? So that's what tribulation is all about. Right? In hell, because they're not seeing Farrakhan. I wasn't with Farrakhan 1 second. How could they not see Farrakhan? I understand the demons have no choice. They probably know who he is and everything else, but they have no choice. We don't want him. How could you not see him? So now you summon terror, the tribulation because of it. But if you keep on the route that Elijah Muhammad gave you, well, Sassim ain't doing that. All they ask for money. That's no story I'm going to get to in a minute. They ain't doing that either. Reparation and everything else, they're not growing. None of them are. Come on, brothers and sisters.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Obviously guilty of that, brothers and sisters. Every price for it. Obviously guilty. I got a few things to say about this, but probably not today. Obviously guilty. Here. This clear case right here. Messing the covenant. Who's messing? It talks about Malachi, right? Let's look. Remember, they talk about Malachi, right? You know that. If you pay attention, you know they talk about Malachi. In Malachi, I'll send a messenger. It says clearly, prepare the way for the messenger of the covenant. They tell
Behold, messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me. And the Lord Malachi 3:1. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts.
right there, brothers and sisters. Malachi. But they say Elijah's last messenger. Is that what that says here? No. Messenger of the covenant. He's a messenger. They tell Elijah's last messenger. Return to the nation of Islam. It's right there. In verse they talk about. They talk about this right here. The messenger. They said, and he would come to Elijah's temple. That means he was present when Elijah was present. He would come to Elijah's temple. Messenger of the covenant. And he says he's coming. That's God's saying, he shall come. Same as giving his word. But they don't mention messenger of the covenant. They don't mention that. I never heard them mention it. They say every stop says Elijah, the messenger here. The eternally in the nation of Islam, nobody after him. That's not what it says here. So that's one case right there. They believe in part of the book and disbelieve in the other. Let's look at the next one.
Genesis 15:12. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and, lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. 13 And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. 14 And also that nation, whom they shall serve, will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance.
Now see, they talk about this. Anybody pay attention? They do talk about this. They do talk about it, right? They quote this. But look at the next line. Next line after this. What about that line?
Genesis 15:18. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land. from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
Okay. There's the covenant. We saw the message of the covenant, they don't talk about. And the covenant either. It's right there. They talk about the other part, they don't talk about, and it says where it is. Arabia. Look on the map. It's between the river of Egypt and the river Euphrates. They never talk about it. The message of the covenant, nor that. And they read the other, but remember, they read the first part, they don't read the second part. I mean, part of the book and this read the other. Is that, it can't be any clearer than that. Okay? So, well, then keep stick with them. I'm not trying to take you Farrakhan. In fact, if you got your head up Farrakhan's ass, you know, be my guest. You want some oil? Stick it up further? Be my guest. I don't want you to pull it out. You danced up there, honey, go for it. The people, I'm trying to pull your head out, and I'm not trying to pull your head out further. If it's up there, right? Invite people. Get company. The more the merrier. It means less we got to deal with. You got everything backwards. Let's go to the next one.
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast.
Okay, brother says, now I tell you, the identity of the mission of the covenant. Joshua. What happened to Aaron? Our says, Aaron, they passed over him, went straight from him, Moses to Joshua. He's the mission of the covenant because he's the one. Remember what the covenant says? We return home. He's the one to lead you home. He's the that's the identity of the mission of the covenant. They don't speak to any of those three things. That means it's conscious. They don't want you. First of all, Farrakhan not seed Abraham, so it doesn't apply to him. He despises the covenant. It doesn't apply to him. He follows the devil. Plus, it's no coincidence. Those three things right there, Elijah Muhammad's core message, and they, all three of them are connected. And all three of them, they don't mention, never. I think they mention Joshua's name in passing, though. That's it, not explain. I guess he did, so he can say, you can't tell a lot anymore. We did mention it one time. But yeah, they mentioned it one time. I say, I make sure everything I say is correct and clear. He didn't mention the name, that's about all he did. So he can say, see, he lying, because I said, oh, okay. Well, he said it. That's what he did. Mention name. There it is. That's clear enough. Anybody that sees that knows good and well, people lying. It's clear enough. You don't need the degree to figure that one out. Move on.
There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
There it is. There's Joshua. What happened to Aaron? It came. But nothing will happen to you. You won't get cancer. Right? You get castrated. You're pissing shit in a bag. Farrakhan. Good morning, brothers and sisters.
Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
Talking to Joshua, there, brothers and sisters. It's telling you the law. See, if you understood how pressure worked, you understand that. But right now, you worry about guns and tanks and atomic bombs. But you understand. And those people that claim, they don't understand, because I know they still fear that stuff. But they don't understand the mathematics of it. They don't see it. They don't see the mathematics. If you understood the mathematics of it, you wouldn't have, because that tells you, if you, the Lord, what's the Lord? Discipline. 5 pillars, but they don't have to learn the hard way, or maybe not learn at all. Because I have no evidence they believe that. The actions don't show it. I believe it 100%. I believed it before I had the experience. But the experience made it solid. Like I said, if I went to Guam, this is a matter of faith, mathematics. Did I have mathematics right? Was there error in my mathematics? Right. You know, that's what Quran said, believe in the unseen. See? You can't see the wind blowing, you see the leaves. This is unseen. This is unseen power. Well, okay. If somebody tell you to believe in unseen, what's the point of being unseen? What, unseen rats, unseen roaches? Why would you need to believe in unseen? Let's have power in it. I guess it's just me. That's what they're telling you. Power. You can't see it. Being unseen. You can't see the wind, but you can see the effect of the wind. And the power, you can't see it. It's the effect of it. Like the tribulation, you want to see the effect of that. That's why I just told you, you didn't see the cause of it. Hope you didn't know why it's going to tribulation. Well, maybe God just punished you. No, you causing the tribulation. Being unseen. And this is it. Obey this discipline, obey that law. You're going to see if you experience the power of it. Your adversary says nothing will happen to you. Nothing. If you apply it. Because it's the laws of pressure that defines our reality. I can talk until I get blue in the face, brothers and sisters. Some of you are not going to get it, but most of you are not going to get it until the stage you won't get into the fire, hit your ass. That's what it says. What winds blow? It's unfortunate. That's what it says. I ain't making it up. Said it was dead. Said it had spirit, but then they had the first resurrection brought you alive. You didn't have any spirit. If you have no spirit, you're not moving. You're not doing anything. Did I explain that too? You're a tree, but you're not producing. So the first group had, right? They came alive, but they had no spirit. So you got to run around and had no spirit. So the angel come along to give you the spirit. Just have to keep explaining these things, brothers and sisters. So, yeah, okay, I believe, but you ain't doing anything. You believe, but you ain't doing anything, so you don't have no spirit. And said, we get spirit until the fire hits your ass, and then you get the spirit, because fire moves anything. Fire moves the dead. Fire moves the dead body, boy. You don't believe? Watch, put fire to the dead body. Oh boy. Keep telling myself, why I got to keep explaining things so much detail? That's what it's saying. The first group came alive but had no spirit. They preach the four winds. That means you're preaching what is it about? Preach the four winds, but you're preaching and carries the four winds. The four winds will move you. But you're preaching that, loose the four winds. And four winds burns your ass, and then you got spirit. It's moving. You want to get somebody moving, put some fire in their ass. It's not funny, brothers and sisters. I'm not laughing. It's not funny. Because it all could have been avoided. If y'all get your hands on Farrakhan, which you probably won't. They're going to be protected by all the demons. But they got their hands on Farrakhan. Woo. Once they realize he's the reason why they're going to tribulation. Otherwise, it could spread out over 42 years. They just walked out of here. Said they will not go out in haste. No, who won't go out in haste? The Lamb and the elect. They won't go out in haste. They got two groups. It says one won't go out in haste. And one go to tribulation. So actually it's two groups, right? They didn't go out in haste because they spread out over 42 years. So they might experience a little extra heat, maybe a little extra heat might be kind of warm, but it won't get burnt. I don't want to experience anything. Anyway, move on. I gotta hurry up, bounces, because I'm not gonna get through all this. I always think it's gonna take an hour. I've been over an hour already. And I've got 2 more hours to go. I can't spread this over 2 days. I gotta get back on another project. Anyway, let me just move on. This is Farrakhan was telling you, oh, we don't call devils devil anymore because it was like a polite thing. No, he meant it. Any devils, his brothers. Low cooking frogs. Got that money in Iran. They ripped off the nation. They robbed the nation, like it says in Malachi. Wallace left us with nothing. Move on. I explained that earlier. Okay, let's get to big backfire. Okay, I'm pointing out a couple of things, brothers and sisters. Now, there's 2 books, there's a third one, but the 2 is primary. It has to be that the elect, I mean not the elect, but the NOI has to go to get through tribulation. Hold on, brothers and sisters. All right. As I was saying before, well, maybe I didn't. There'd be apes and monkeys. They would get through the hard. They would make it triple. They would make it to the hereafter. Animals would make it to the hereafter. There were animals there. You don't have to go to tribulation, but right, they ain't growing. But there will be some there. And the point I'm making here is that we're moving. I'm had to just no time. I talked about this before about seasons. I'm gonna talk about a little more here. I don't know I can get through all of it. But when you go from transition to winter to spring, there's a transition period. So we see the spring come, we start feeling warm, it's coming. But it's going to destroy everything in the winter. All this technology and everything else is evidence of the winter, some spring coming in. Master Muhammad came with super technology. If you understand the creation, I explained to you. I said they're analytical and we're spatial. We say be and it is. The be is spatial. The is a technical. And the Levites, not the Levites, but the Shia and Mashpam are super technical beings. I explain this, but see, nobody's paying attention to these things. I explain it once we separate the gender, and we also separate, right, the mentality. So before, because the brain has a spatial side and analytical side. It's like the original being had a gender, female and male side. And then we separated two individual beings. And we did the same thing. That's the last part of creation. Separate, right? So now we got being a super technical and now being super spatial. And Master Muhammad is super technical. He put technical marvel. And said this the message of covenant, he be super spatial. That's why he had two at the end. One super technical, one super spatial. That's why he had a book. It takes super spatial understanding to break this. It's two marvels happening at this time. You got a super technical thing that nobody could touch, and you had a super spatial thing nobody could touch. He did one, he did other. So you go into a super mind, no, I would say mind, brain, I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, but you go into a super technical, super spatial world. It's greater than anything they have here. So he came with super technical marvel. And the angel tells you, right? So if you're spatial, that, you see what's happening right now? You notice how to leave. I told you years before even this happened, if anybody was around 4, 5, 6, 67 years ago, before the people realized how technical those CCA was, I told you they're super technical. And see, everybody's saying it now. Look, man, they're doing this technical stuff. They're doing this missiles, nobody could touch them. I told you that years ago. They're matched from Muhammad's, that's his army, his angels, his rod of iron. Super technical like him. It said the elect, they'd be super spatial like the lamb. So we're moving on, we're moving back, we're going back in the cave. So that means you got to step up. You got to step up on, if you're spatial or whatever, you got to spec up to that level. If you don't, then you're going to be a gorilla. You're going to be everlasting shame and appallment. They're going to put you in a cage somewhere because you can't keep up. Nobody's going to do this for you and do this for you and operate this machine for you or whatever you know. We have robots. Even more serious than they have. This is our technology. That's the spring coming in. That's evidence of the spring coming in. That's why they lose control of it. Global warming, that's evidence of the spring coming in. But you don't see it that way. As I explained to you, that's us, the new world coming in. And it's destroying this world. Well, I don't understand or not. So if you sit there and don't do anything, if it's a world where everybody's got to be Bruce Lee and everything, and you sit around and don't want to, you're going to get your ass kicked all the time. If I was walking around the Hulk and you don't want to go to the gym, so okay, you get your ass kicked all the time. Super well, all things new. And this is evidence of going into it. And the angel puts you up to the spatial level you need to be competent. That's just basics. You have to go far beyond the angel. That's just get you to the door. Technical stuff, that's just get them to the door. The Shia, but that's still on match where Master Muhammad is doing, but it's on the way. They get more and more technical all the time. They're growing. So why? That's why we resist from the West, because they're growing. I don't know. I keep saying stuff. Anyway, here, see this right here? There's two books that gets them to the level they need to get to the door. They said they have to at least get to this level. So they don't have to understand the whole angel. There's at least two books they have to master, right, to get to the door. Like taking a test. When you go to the next grade, you got to pass this test. Right? Okay. So the seven thunders is one. That's one I'm working on right now. And it's taking a little longer than I expected, right? But the seven thunders, see right here? You don't even know. I'm not going to say too much more. Because how you going to have somebody tell somebody there's a test and you're going to give them all of the answers? See? Because I bet you no one can tell me who the seven thunders are. Yeah, well, who are they? Oh, you said no. Oh, did I? The seven thunders, right? I'll give a little few things here because I want to point out something. The seven thunders, I'm not telling the whole thing, but seven thunders, right? Sure, you're on the right track here. The seven thunders, right? They represents our nation with the demons and all. It says their voices, so we know voices represents black nation, right? So that's what it is. But the point is, right? I don't know why I saw this. Right? And that's it. And that's one of the things. See, this is a venture for me. Because I put the book together. I didn't study the book. Because I still have a lot of Injil I'm studying. And they said, okay, put the book together and give it to the people that the book was designed for. Let them figure it out. But they didn't do it. So this has to be done because they need this. If they don't get this, they can't make it through the hereafter, make it through that tribulation. They need this. And it's not prepared. So I got to prepare it, and I'm working hard, right? But I can't work too. I'm not going to mess it up and make sure it's right. I'm on the right track. But the problem I got right here is that and I'm learning new things too, right? Because like I said, I knew how to put it together. I just never studied it. Right? Just superficially. Because I said, okay, we're giving them it. I'm not going to need it. Right? So that was it's actually a bunch of books in there. I'm going to talk about that when I'm not going to, I don't know how far I'm going to get into this. But see, one of the things it's talking, well, I'm not going to give it away. But anyway, it says, the moon refused to give its light. So that's this one right here. Because at this point, this tells you the time frame, seven thunders, because remember, it's when seven thunders do this, certain things are going to happen. And so I'm just saying this to show you, that's why the books had to be released now. That's the reason why I'm talking about this. Because this is a time frame of them going to tribulation when the moon refused to give us light. See, because right there, the four winds is blown, okay? And right here, this both are together, so this is covering it. That's what it means, moon refused to give us light. It's talking about the sun is black, that's when it's down, when, actually, I should move this. This would be, well, actually, I'm not going to that. Anyway, the bottom line is that's what it's talking about. Because this represents the moon. The waters represent the moon. I didn't want to go into all detail, right? The water represents the moon. So those familiar with the Injil, waters represent the moon. Moon refused to give us light. It means block right here. That's where they end up at. This is the tribulation. Because this is under the ark. The waters are the tribulation. That's why it says, right? The moon refused to give us light. See, it said they washed their robes in the blood of the Lamb. That's what's talking about as far as the key is concerned. See? About the NOI there. Blood of the Lamb. Tribulation. I know no one saw that. There's a lot of things I haven't seen. Probably haven't seen the fact that the black, our nation, well, I can't say our nation, but the demons, the whole thing, because the blacks, that's seven thunders. Because that's the voices. So in this category here, and you need to understand that to figure out what they're actually saying, which ones are saying what. I'm not going to give it away. Anyway, well, I give a little something. Okay, it's all about several books. This book right here, this book right here is the seven churches. This is seven thunders right here. Right? This is the Lamb's Book of Life right here. Right? This here is the seals. But this is the book that was sealed. Right? It says written before and behind, sealed down with seven seals. This is the book. Right? And this is seals. I'm not going to mention this one here. Right? A little more complicated. Anyway, those are the books. Okay? So when it says, it took, let me previous. A little book. Right? Little book that was in the hands of the angel here. When he was down here, he put one foot on the sea, one foot on whatever. That's this one. And in his hand, he had this book here. Okay. Anyway, that's another story. Let me move on. So I'm learning certain things, going into it, but there's a lot more to it. And I'm not going to figure it out for them. I'm gonna give them I'm gonna give them more information. I gotta put the book together and give them. I have to give them some information because there's no way they're gonna do it overnight. They've been here 4 or 5 years to work on it. So I'm gonna take them to a certain point, like I just did right there. But the reason I mention that because it tells you the urgency. The urgency. Let me look at it. Show it again. Shows the urgency. When does the moon come black? Like this. We refuse to give us light. That's when we're gone. Just during the tribulation. Remember, the collectors are gone. Them is gone. They were with over in the Middle East. Because these not coming here. But it's not fully complete yet because these two are still their spot. Because they're still here. So the four winds are still. The winds are still blowing. They're still under attack. See how much detail is giving you right here? See? We're still blowing. Under attack still. They're still attacking us. Right? Well, they're still attacking blacks, right? Put it that away. But this one here, this is doing tribulation. So let me say another way. They're still fighting the demons. Here's demons right here. They separate out and they're going to the locust war. Locust war is going on while they're going to tribulation, right? And yes, here, so we're over there. That's what it's saying. So it tells you right now, and this is what's about to happen because once that war resumes, these get kicked out, Middle East. If you read chapter 11, it says these are called up to heaven, which means we get out here during tribulation. We're out. If you get it, it tells you, in other words, the bottom line is that whenever this war starts up again, those books better be ready. That could happen any day now. While I'm speaking. We ain't got time to be messing around. Okay? That's what it's saying here. Wash the robe in the blood of the Lamb. Because remember, this history has to be here. How long does it be before they go back here? It means time is critical. Should have been done a long time ago. It's not, so I have to do it. They're going to need this. Oh, well, wait a minute, I didn't show. See here, this is when they finally, these two go up here. How long it take for they to do up to this? Once they do this, right? You know what I'm saying? And this is full. He's still in tribulation. Move on. And I mentioned this before, right? See, that angel got all kinds of fruit. All kinds of fruit. And they're not bearing their fruit at all. So we got to take he's got to produce it. And I'm really up against the gun. I'm really up against the gun here, bro, because I wasn't prepared for that. So I got to give 100%. I always do anyway. But now I got a time frame, and I got to have this done quick. I've been last couple of days 100%, and it's going to take a little longer than I expected. There's a lot of information in there, like that one I just showed you. I knew the time frame, but that says that's even more critical than I thought. I didn't need that to show me the time frame, but that specifically tells you the time frame there. That's why it says the moon first gives light. You know, I struggled with that for a long time. Why is the moon give us light? I spent a long time trying to figure that one out. And right there in the book, it tells you exactly. But I said, because you don't see it. Anyway, you have to understand your key. Because he's actually covering it. You know, the same idea about Elias and Elijah. That he couldn't see where's the God at? There's a covenant. So that theme is in there quite a bit. But there's clearly in the book. See, I said all these things say the same thing, just give more detail. That's that right there. I saw a different way, but that right there proves it. So I'm getting a little learning curve on that too. It's not telling me anything I didn't know. It's just solidifying things, right? Underlying things. So cut them down. That's what it said. After 3 years, come down. The problem with that is that if I come down, now I got to do the work. I don't have enough to do already. Okay, let me speak to this. I'm going to have to really move fast about this because, I think it's been 2 hours already. Okay. I'm going to briefly, the thing is that they're living, the demons were told, Master, you can't live off us. You live off them niggas. And that's what they're doing. I explained it yesterday, well, not yesterday, a couple of days ago. Maybe I'll talk about it another time. That's what's happening. These are demons. Farrakhan's one of them. Master, you can't live off us. Yeah, we are children. I don't care. You ain't put stores in our neighborhood. You ain't going to live off us. We living off them niggas. And if you want, you can live off them too, because that's what you've been doing while you was house niggas. We was in the house niggas, that's you live off them vicariously, because we lived them and we gave you some of what we got from them. So now you live directly off of them. That's your preachers, Farrakhan, all of them. They aren't producing anything. You give them money, you make them rich. They don't produce a damn thing. They get all kind of bullshit, try to be good American, love white folks and everything else, because they're all demons. Okay. I talk about this. I never explained it that clearly. I don't think I have time, but I want to even deal a little more with this. That's what's happening. They're all vultures. They're demons. And they live, the politicians, all of them. That's why they had to be separated from us. They look like us. They ain't us. We talk about this, we're in this condition because I'm move on. They put us in that condition. But Farrakhan blame us. I don't get my main point here. I'm getting close to it. Okay. I'm going to walk through this quickly, brothers and sisters. This is where we were. We came here. It holds to us. By 1820s, we was like two categories: house niggas, master's children, and the field niggas. That's the original people. Steve Abraham, right? The devils. And then, right? I still didn't take this out. I'll move on, brothers and sisters. We kept, right? We got resistance. In the 1860s, right? We broke our chains, like it says in Mark. Every 50 years, we get energized. I'm not going to explain it today because I'm going to move on to the main point. 50 years later, jazz. First blues was affecting the atmosphere. We had the blues, and now we got jazzy. You start thinking about African stuff, right? 50 years later. And the vibe becomes greater. We got two different natures. It's got a devil nature, the wolves sheep clothing, right? Chaff. It's the wheat. But the difference becomes greater. About 50 years later, now new music again. And they talk about it's getting closer to Master. First they want to share crops, stay there. Next they want to start acting like Master, go, learn like Master, go to school. Next they want to live with Master, accept with Master. Your rights want to be accepted just like the rest of your children. We're talking about separation, get the hell out of here. Move on. Your main point. Then down here, at this point, the separation, so we realize we're two different people. That's why Master said, Suleiman, when he come, he would separate the chaff from the wheat, because he would make it clear. They're demons, they're not us. Elijah Muhammad could make that separation, told him, no, you can't make it. You have to let the Master come to do it. So now he's pointing out that no. Okay? That they demons, the Master children. See how they talk? And he's like, we got to go home. The covenant, remember the Master covenant? They want to stay and take America. We want to get the hell out of here and take our country, our land back. Let's look at this. You decide.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't you go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
You see how he talks, brothers and sisters? How he talks? We'll stay here. You can be Master. He loved America. You want to go. Elijah Muhammad said, we'll be fools to stay here. So how can you reconcile that? How can you square that circle? Elijah Muhammad said, we fools want to stay here. Master Muhammad said it's 100% wicked. They got to be removed off the planet. But Christ is just the opposite. So who is he? How can you square that circle? Let's move on. Now look at, remember, now we separate this point. Suleiman is pointing out we're separate. So they hate us. And Mark tells you that he knows who the Messenger of the Covenant is. Mark tells you Legion knew who the Messenger of the Covenant was. He knows who he is. And Messenger of the Covenant knows who he is. So they hate each other. They point at each other, right? So let's see what he has to say about the ones he's deceiving. Remember, his whole job is to deceive the elect, deceive the nation, Islam, to keep them from growing. See? That's just, right? So let's see what he has to say about Nathan Islam, the one that put $10,000 rings on his fingers, $800 suits and carrying on. See what he thinks about them. Okay.
When the Muslims were
Say it again. Set up schools. We were alive, we had supermarkets. On farmlands. We were busy doing something. Telling the Muslims, if you don't come alive, you will say thank you Allah because they've been doing nothing. Let the worms eat their ass.
Oops, I had my sound off. Hold on.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you as hell now on both sides. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother. Both sides. That's real. When we were alive, we set up schools. That's right. When we were alive, we had supermarkets. We owned buildings. We owned farmlands. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Whoa. That's what he thinks about NOI. Male and female, both sides. He wants to put steaks on his table, his plate. $1,000 suits on his back. $10,000 rings on his finger. We think about you. Pray Allah. Allah now. The worms eat your ass. He neglect to say, when the nation, Muslim, we're talking about Muslim now, remember? When he was alive, he neglected to say he and Wallace when they killed him. Move on, brothers and sisters. Went home, we'd be through with them. Okay, I'm gonna get to my main point, brothers and sisters. Obviously, messenger of the covenant, he's speaking the covenant. He's a messenger of the covenant. We're going home, like it says. Return home. Muhammad said, be fools to stay in the land of our imprisonment. They said, no, we ain't going nowhere. And Elijah's the last one. Ain't no messenger, ain't no Joshua, ain't no messenger of the covenant. We could say this. Move on. Okay, this is what I want to get to. Okay. This is America. Let me walk through this. This is my main point for today. They brought us over here. Right? Right? Then they divided us all up, all the place. So we divided people. One nation, but we all divided, right? Then they mixed demons in with us. So we stay divided. They're black-faced children. That's the state we are right now, all over the place, right? And demons mix in with us, so we can't know who. We're afraid of each other because we don't know. Remember, these are wolves in sheep clothing. Everybody eating lamb. What you eating lamb for? What you eating lamb for? Ain't you a lamb? They have to keep us all divided and confused. We got these demons amongst us that we don't recognize. We didn't recognize the master until the master coming came along. That's where we are right now, all of us divided. Then Elijah shows up, right? And they set this false sign. Neutralize him. People now, we didn't have any vision before that. Now they give us a vision, this vision. Kind of Elijah Muhammad saying, no, we're the true seed of Abraham. We've actually showed that too, but I'm going to leave it there for now. That's the vision. So that's the vision they gave us, that we're nothing. That this proves that we're nothing. Because they're the true seed of Abraham, that we are him, who's cursed, we like all that kind of stuff, right? That's the vision itself. Because now the vision not keep us from getting proper vision, but it makes sure we never have a vision. Because if that's not us, then we was doomed, we was cursed black, doomed to be slaves forever. See, it has a double effect there. If you believe in this, you have to believe you're nothing. You was cursed and all that stuff. So they did this account of Elijah, right? Okay. Now, this one I'm going to get to, I'm going to give a short version. In order to power, right? Power doesn't concede. Greater pressure will come lower pressure. The point is, they have to prevent us from having any pressure. Prevent us from having any power. With greater power becomes lesser power. And power is pressure, energy times discipline, or pressure times discipline. Might we look at that away, right? Because pressure is energy. So right now they have, because we had virtually no energy, they have control of us. So now, as the universe is contracting, energy is coming back in waves. I know some people say bursts. I don't know, I guess it's technically correct, but bursts can have other significance too. Waves, it's like I'm so plant, but a burst could like it. Just hit one spot. Anyway, I'm not going to say it's wrong. Some people may understand that way. You could. I prefer it myself. Wave. We receive a wave of energy because the universe is contracting. Approximately 50 years. I talked about that earlier, previous presentation, and I get to that right now. So as we energize, we get more resistance. Remember, we had the Civil War, we had Civil Rights Movement, all that kind of stuff. That's another story. That was mostly goes to the demons, a lot of that stuff, right? But they were the ones in that. Helping fight to help the Union fight the Civil War, so-called Civil Rights Movement. That was mostly demons. That was their thing. Okay. So the thing is that as America, more energy here, okay, they didn't want you, remember, they wanted to keep you under control. And so when America industrialized, they said, we can't have those niggas have those jobs because then they would become more disciplined, more powerful. And they said they multiply, like I said, there would be too many. So they sent those jobs over to China. Industrial jobs. Keep you from getting them. Everything is backfiring. See, they don't understand the seasons. When spring comes in, everything you do is going to backfire because you can't stop the spring. It's going to backfire. This is the time of backfire. If you understand a lot of things. I'm not going to go into it, but like I said, you got to start applying these things. So it's an industrial job. Now look, see, it's backfired. Now China become industrial giants. Because they wanted to prevent us from getting industrial jobs. They sent industrial jobs over to China. They didn't want us to have them. Because we were doing them, and we were doing better than anybody else. They want to keep you. They will control your energy, control the way you use your energy management. They'll use it for discipline. Industrial jobs mean you working at it. It takes a certain amount of discipline to do those type of jobs. Because our people, most of the people, discipline at all. Hang out, party, braids, all that bullshit. Anyway, the bottom line is I'm not going into a lot of detail. I'm going to give you a basic idea. Industrial jobs trying to keep you from getting them. But then you have that mind, right? You have money. Right? Then you have to more control of your energy. You start applying discipline and saying, no, you have control over them. Okay. Right. Then what happened? And then they sent the service job to Mexico, bring on immigrants in. She had, I'll go another way. Well, you get the idea. Keep you from getting any kind of control over your energy. They want to control you. You have children, you control the energy. The American industry is almost non-existent. But you need industry to build things. Now China's kicking their ass and building ships and missiles fast as anybody in the world can, because not fast as Iran, but at least not missiles. You know what I'm saying? But you need, for their understanding, this season, they need industry. That won't mean nothing when you get to the spring. But anyway, you understand? They think in winter. I'm trying to get you to understand what's going on in the world and how they're thinking. Not that it matters. It matters what it help you if you overcome the fear of this world. You understand it better. But none of these things are going to bother you if once your power increases. If no weapon they prosper, that means no idea they come with will work against you. You understand what I'm saying? If no weapon that they come up with can persevere, or what is it? No weapon will prevail against you. I guess the word says, right? That means no idea anything. But the point is, they don't see that yet. But this is their effort. I'm just trying to get you to understand their way of thinking. Their way of thinking is two-dimensional, but primarily because you locked into that and you fear it. You don't need to fear it. But from that two-dimensional way, you understand what's going on in the world. So, right, sending jobs to China, that make any sense. Now China is backfire on them. Because China's the industrial giant now. The most powerful on the planet. Service jobs. All the immigrants, we got to get rid of immigrants. Well, that's another thing preparing to get rid of you, but you understand what I'm saying? Okay. Then what? Industrial jobs, India. Where'd you get to meet them? Okay. So they lock you out. Just for everything. Service jobs, healthcare. Been to the doc's office lately? In those places? Who said I've been there? You ain't. Mexicans and Guatemalans, everybody else. So what job you got? Popeyes and that kind of stuff? And the intellectual ones. Now, all these things you can do and you're better than anyone else. They don't want you to have them because they want to control your energy. Because they said you overcome more power than them and you attack them. They're trying to keep you powerless so they can figure out a way to get rid of you. Okay? But all these things, this say, why are they doing this? Because everybody said it doesn't make any sense. Like all these crazy theories, that's why they're doing it. And of course, it's you. You're the one that's driving this. And I can prove it because I went through one of these programs. That's not conjecture. They built private prisons for you. You ain't got no place else to go. So now the prisons. Remember they said after Bill Clinton, the prison population went up dramatically. I'm gonna Google that again because I remember it's been a long time since I checked that. But that's my check. They said the prison population went up dramatically after Clinton because that's what happened. Because you ain't got no jobs. He took you off welfare and everything else. So you live in prison. They brought crack cocaine in, all that stuff in. They talked about that the other day. They said crack cocaine was brought in by the CIA. They had to take and manufacture experiment. How do you experiment these drugs? You think the guy said, "Oh, I'm gonna make some crack cocaine"? No, they said they brought cocaine in, and they got here. Then they experiment with it. They got crack cocaine. So how do they experiment? They do this. They put it out on the streets. If you come back, that means it didn't kill you. You must like it. That's how they know. How do you think they find out? Put on rats? And they put out the people don't come back and say, this is no good, it's killing people. That's how they do it. But a drug addict, hey, you come back and you come back, hey, this is a good one. Okay. That's what happens. This is what's happening. This is their motivation. Why private prisons? Because private prison gets out of the voter, out of political thing where they can get political cover. You might say all these politicians and preachers, all of them are vultures. The masters' children, that master so you can eat off of us, the niggas can eat off of them. They vote for these laws and everything else because they vultures. This is what's happening. This was driving it. So let's go on. The AI robots also tells you, right? I got to put that there. Why they, remember, they give that false sign. Yeah, then bring it up. That false sign, let me do that. Quickly, let me close, brothers and sisters. Somebody did. No, I forgot. Let's do that. Come on. There it is right there. Man, but I really want to just show it. No, it's there. No, it's not. That's what happened. Okay. That's what happened. Nope, don't do it that way. Okay. Let's do it this way. No more. Oh, no. Pretty well. Hmm. Hmm. What's going on here? I should have left like it was, boss. It's good. It's going to cause me a problem here. Okay, there you go. There you go. Hmm? Isn't that it? Okay. It's starting to be a pain. One more time. Close this out. What's there? Why it's not showing up? Okay. Oh, I did that way. That's why. Okay. Still, I think still want to do this though. Okay, I'm leaving it like that. I had it right, I just didn't realize it. Uh, You see what I mean in a minute. Anyway, right? You're doing. Then robots. That's where we are right now. The problem is they have no place for you anymore. There's every job that they have you doing, you can do. Robots can do it. The problem I have I'm gonna close, brother, since maybe follow if I can follow up tomorrow. I don't know if I will be able to or not. I didn't mean it to be this long, but the problem is that China and India becoming giants. And tell you chapter 17 that the crowns moved from European countries. Remember that was on a horn, it was on the heads, then moved to the horns. And you don't understand Angel Key for that. It moved to India and China. That's happening right now because they're becoming giants in technology and industry. They're beating America out. So America, what's holding America back because of this? Because they industrialize, and they want you to have them. Backfire. Intellectual India, because they want you to have them. They backfire. Now they got problem immigration because they didn't want you to have those jobs. Now they got big immigration problem. They got a problem with China. They got a problem with India. It's all backfiring on them because they didn't want you to have them because they're trying to keep you powerless. That's what's driving this. So now they're trying to get China under control, trying to get immigration under control. They're trying to get intellectual stuff, AI, all that stuff under control. You see? Because why? Because they were trying to resist, trying to stop you. That's what Farrakhan doing to contain you. See, once you start growing, the resistance, as long as they keep you with growing, there's no resistance. So all these are plans to keep you from growing. All dynamics, all this stuff, right? That's holding you back, right? From growing. Industrial, you can't grow industrially, you can't grow. Remember, you need all these things to grow, to build a nation. So now, situation, you can't, we wrote down AI, they don't need you, they can't, anything, nothing zero for you anymore, nothing zero. The point is, that's the point they got to get rid of you. Because they can't keep doing this anymore. They can't keep, they got to industrialize. They got to have that. They got to do a service. They got to have it now because their competition is backfiring on them. You understand? It's backfiring on them. So these countries become great and powerful because they gave them, even from getting the bananas to become powerful enough, and now they overcome America. America said, no, we got to go AI. We got to. Remember, Trump, we got to industrialize again. We got to bring electoral jobs back again. We got to get service, immigration, because those things was done to keep you from growing, keep you from coming back together. Not AI. AI is going to bring their destruction unless they can get AI. They don't want you to have it. That's where it's moving. AI. They don't want you to have AI. They need AI to counter everybody else because everybody's going to AI. That means they become super powerful now. Remember, that's what AI, man. Oh, that'll be that's the last straw. That will break America. They break all their systems. the democracy, capitalism, they just break America of AI unless they can keep up with everybody else that got it. China's got AICs. China's produce, they say, but China produced 10 times faster than America produce because America don't have an industry. It's intellectual. Everybody's being intellectual, online, everything else. So they say if they go AI, that's the end of it. America, that's why America's so much debt and everything else, because they fall behind. Because they're trying to keep you from getting that stuff. You understand? So if they're in super debt they can't get out of, only way they can get out of debt with China is they have to go to war with China. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's what's going on here. So AI is the straw that broke the camel's back. And to go AI, if they go AI, that means end up putting all of you in prison. They can't afford that because you won't have any jobs. And you're going to take them, and they have to do it quickly because you're going to riot and everything else. You're going to riot and everything else. That's one of the reasons why they put troops in the cities and everything. That's why they're doing detention camps. That's where they're getting practice with immigration, right? So they're getting practice running around you up. It's like when you go to a fight or something, you got to train first, right? You go to Super Bowl, you got to train. You don't train on the people you're going to fight with. You train on dummies and things. So they train on genocide. They're actually doing genocide down in Venezuela. Doing genocide over in America's went through the genocide on Falls Israel because they're supplying the guns and the bullets. Falls Israel just pull the trigger. Get everybody used to all this. They close in on you. So all they got to do is now, he told me change a holiday, gonna give you a Juneteenth, get MLK. They're trying to make you mad. Because the way you got it now, you got troops in all the cities, and all you got to do is ride and they can kill you. And that's illegal, their so-called constitution, but he's not obeying it and nobody's doing anything about it. So he's trying to make you mad. So you just jump up and start riding and something like that, then they can just shoot you down. They got to go AI. They got to get rid of you. They have no choice. But they can let you have AI. They can let you have it. And you won't have, there's no jobs for you. Because AI, the robots can flip burgers, do all that stuff. China got AI. They said they had like 2,000 people in the plant. Then they're down to 200. They can put a robot in there. And of course, where they got 10 people working in Popeyes or McDonald's, put 2 robots, maybe 1. And all they got to do is charge them. So they pay $10 an hour. So we got 10 people in there. That's $100 an hour. $100 a day or more. They got to put out. So that means that burger costs about $2 a piece. $2 a piece for a burger. They put a robot in there. The burger costs about 30 cents. Which one are you going to buy from? That's why Trump has to put these tariffs on. Because China can produce that hamburger for 30 cents. So Trump said, well, no, you got to pay. And McDonald's has to take $2.30, right? So he said, okay, I put $200 tariff on it. So you have to pay. So when you buy, you have to pay the same much you pay for McDonald's. So that means you still buy from McDonald's. Otherwise, you put McDonald's out of business. They got the best electric car in the world. Best electric car in the world. China has. It's half price than one here. So he put a tariff on. If the car costs $10,000, say $10,000, $15,000, right? A car costs. Electric car here is $20,000. Well, you buy a Chinese car for $10,000, and it's better, much better. So Trump said, no, if you bet all you're gonna put out there, you're gonna destroy the car industry. They said, okay, it's $10,000. Okay, I'm putting $10,000 tariff on it. So now you got to pay the same thing as the other one. So you said, well, I might as well buy the other one. That's why they won't let you buy Chinese cars. You don't see nothing. They won't let them buy them here. They have no choice. You understand? America has no choice. They're going super debt, right? China's overpowering them and overcoming them in almost every area. They know a war's on the horizon. They got to get rid of you. You understand? That's the point. That's why all these that you see why these things are happening. Why does genocide go over there? Why are they doing this so-called immigration stuff? Why they all stuff going on? Because what's driving is you. They can't let you rise. So Master makes his move. He's going to crack this, and that's when you're going to Because all their plans are going to fail. Because when the economy collapses, they want you to do this. That's when you rise, and that then will cause extreme resistance or tribulation. They got to get rid of you. They can put you in El Salvador now. American citizens is in prison. American citizens that was born here. Check it out. You can. How can you do that? Well, if you already got in prison, you got killed. You just say down in El Salvador, in prison down there, you're never coming back. You got to get rid of you. Understand? That's the sign. That's what I had before, right? That's the sign. Keep you abided, as long as that sign is still there. That's the vision. So that's why you keep you complacent. You ain't doing anything because you still think they're talking about this. They're talking about this, they're talking about you. The signs are misleading. Then that's when Suleiman comes along and get rid of that sign. See? It's his job to get rid of that sign. Master Muhammad, you're going to destroy it physically. Someone has to destroy it mentally, because after destroy it, you still have to understand what that means. The angel. And then what? That's when come together. Common vision. That causes tribulation. Coming together. Resistance to it. I think that's it, brothers and sisters. I think I'm going to leave it there. Let's see what else I got here. Oops. Where that came from. Okay, I'm going to play these out and then close.
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord, it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead. Now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest. 1. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, to, and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul. 3. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. For if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. 5. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers. "15. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. 16. In that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply, and the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. 17. But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shalt be drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them. 18. I denounce unto you this day, that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whither thou passest over Jordan to go to possess it. 19. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. 20. That thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them.
Okay, brothers, so I'm going to leave it here. But the bottom line here is, it's telling you, discipline of the Lord is your protection. But you understand, that's why the first pillar also talk about faith. You have to have faith in that, because you can't see it. And nobody seems to have that. You have faith, because that's what it tells you. It's not that, oh, if I obey the Lord, Jesus is going to bless me. No, it don't work that way. You blessing yourself. I obey this, or God's going to bless. No. You are blessing yourself. If you obey the Lord, nothing's going to happen to you. Because if you understand how pressure works, you obey the Lord, that law, the law of consequence, the law of the 5 pillars. If you follow that, the more you apply it. In fact, I've almost doubled mine, right? Because I'm ready. So, well, I'm going to move on. Anyway, the problem is that's what you need. It's not because you do it, God can bless. No, you do it, you bless yourself. And the problem is that people wait until last minute. That's why you get the full impact of tribulation. So they're not hurting nobody themselves, because they all gonna face it. Now, whether you destroy it by it or not, that's up to you. You're all gonna face it. So if you start 5 years ago applying it, then you got less impact. So 10 years, and you're applying, you got, and right, that's the more discipline you have, right? So you spread that resistance over a greater period of time. Right? I spread mine over 35 years. I feel it. And the growth is there. If you see what I'm talking about, that's growth. If you're sitting around not doing anything, scratching your behind and pretend you're doing it, well, you're hurting yourself. Because either you grow or you die. You got to grow out of here. That's what the blood of the Lamb is. You got to grow. You got to grow to that level. If you grow to that level, you're going to reach tribulation. If you don't grow to that level, you won't run into tribulation. You just won't get out of here. You won't find any resistance. You end up on somebody's dinner plate. It's simple as that. So if you want to sit around and just scratch your button, and go ahead and do that. But right now, the point is right now, most people don't catch the max full blast. Because they didn't get on this, they didn't start doing this early enough. I'll give you exactly what you need to do. Start applying this, start growing, and so far, I haven't seen any growth as far as you're concerned. I haven't seen any growth at all. It means you'll get the full impact. That's why the Lamb's taken out of here, because he's spread out. Why wouldn't he go to tribulation? I spread out. My tribulation ain't like yours. My tribulation is light. I spent $1 million, spent $365,000 in one day, or $365,000 over a year. It means $1,000 a year, $1,000 a day. Instead of 365 in one day, 365,000 in one day, bam, or 1,000 each day. Well, you don't think you're going to even know because that's spread out over 35 years. You see the growth. So you have no growth, so you don't get the full impact. And then if you don't grow doing impact, then you're going to be on some identity plate. That's just basic mathematics. You got to grow out of here. Dr. Muhammad said that. I didn't understand it. I don't know if he meant it that way. But he said we got to grow into the hereafter. Yeah, you think one of the words he's like glow or something like that? That's the way it is. Yeah, to get the second floor, you got to climb from the first floor. Nobody's just going to magic wand. I spread mine over 35, so therefore it's Harley. I spread my resistance over, and I bet all kinds of resistance. I spread out. So spread out. That's why it looks like so easy. Me, spread out. But for you, you want to get it all at once. Like America had it spread out, but they want to get it all at once. All this shit they done, bam. I don't understand now, brothers and sisters. That's where it is. And there's no way to imagine why somebody blessing you. You're blessing yourself. Since you won't get from Master Muhammad, it's food. The only since you're going to get, food will come. But you got to do the work. You go to the gym. You want the personal trainer to do your train. You going to lift for you? No, he come in and show you how the machines work. You got to do the work. Come leave it there, brothers and sisters. I said, these are demons eating off of you. Living off of you. The devil said, you can't live off us. You got to live off them. Oh, boy. I showed this. I probably shouldn't do it right here. That shouldn't be there. Anyway, they control us, but once we rise up, then we have control over them. They don't want that. Because then they have to obey our lifestyle. They don't want that. That's resistance. If you to rise up one day, it's just going to be off the page. Unprecedented. That's why it says unprecedented. It says, if a nation born today, that's unprecedented. Don't you put the dates together? They say that's unprecedented, nation born today, but unprecedented translated. That means two things are connected. Unprecedented. The birth of a nation, unprecedented. So see, two things are connected. Your birth is called tribulation. But if you're stuck with Elijah, you'd have walked out of here. It been spread over 40 some years. Be a breeze. But you didn't. The fire can't get you. So deal with him. Move on, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to explain it. I talked about it, so take it what you will. Anyways, that's happened. We got to separate the demons from us. That's what Suleiman has to do. It causes our problems. No weapon that's formed against thee shall prosper. Every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment. How is that? Because the pressure system, and once you apply the 5 pillars, start building that discipline, your pressure created as, nothing they come with can harm you at all. But you have to have faith in that until you understand it. Yes, hospitality, fear. That's just white folks, black folks too. I have to close, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. Assalamu alaikum. Let me show you this first. 5 pillars. This your gym. Your discipline gym. About previously, so you can go look at my previous presentation. I'm closed right here.
We have a lot of that going on, so we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these are these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the programs. You don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people, and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years? And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaign. I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country, and they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. In fact, I'm not a white supremacist.
Well,
I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law, in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law, in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is the lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural socially is not sustainable. There's never been
your society is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to
it's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It's just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, it's American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
It's true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
They evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You don't just one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
If you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required, and that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, what is it, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
If you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization, and so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. So you have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you can wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half-English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half-English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization of my country as a sad, disgusting, the rest of it suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country. That's It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian, and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans who were in the country who had been brought here as slaves, but we were 90% white, we were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation.
It's not fun, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all think that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's.
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors,
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is not what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because You know these people very, very well. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people, but this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Cook's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying, if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point, Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros' Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
But Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe, he literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful. Why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talking about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly are with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure that they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House, shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff for Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the community center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinals Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Van saying on the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. Oh, I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
To say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalize him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
history of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? Behind the history of the cross: murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus. They said Jesus cursed black people. They call them Ham. Cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus. Raped our women incessantly. Pissed in our mouths. Made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, I get, well, not clean up, but make it look more attractive, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what they do was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't think it was a million years ago. It was 20 years ago. It lasted for 400 years. As they're doing today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza, when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going on in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population. The genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets. Knowing they was full of disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from seabird animals. So-called common cold was not common. It didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When it was written out women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught that there was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? We're trying to arrest our people. Your rap sheet? What's your rap sheet? Are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. He stole his land. He murdered his people. And of course, the native people here When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and snatch the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they serve. They have known by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. What's going on in Gaza is just a reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. They got women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. They told them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and sit and slave up in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they could spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? Legacy of the cross. What's your rap sheet? America? Gog? What's your rap sheet? Magog? Britain? What's your menship? What's your rap sheet? Antichrist? Falls Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They steal the ribbon off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
how's we gonna make it? Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? We ain't going back to Africa. No. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday. When you should be honoring Jesus, you are buying bunny rabbits. And inviting your children to pay eggs for some Easter. Come out of it. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of it. St. Valentine's Day. What is that? Excuse me. Of a name, come out of a religion, come out of a culture, come out of a way of life, come out of an educational system. People. And they will put all the shows of Lord. And they should. Jesus, that the homes. They stood and said, it is a parent. And behold, I wanted to return. With that hand stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they were put off on this miserable shows, they took their stand. That ship that brought them to our strange and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and strange people who have chosen to them every mile from their native land that they love. Going to be the West Indians that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. When this ship was made of Jesus, this is how that we have always been deceived by the white man. Trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to our a mental sleep, thinking that we all are waiting. This is church. My brothers, this is very hard for us to people to accept today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and beauty yesterday. Trying to save the very minute that brought
will. You're not turning your face from your ordinary life and turning it back towards our Christmas house and our and it who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your feet. It's trying to make love with the certain people that destroy you in your past. Do you feel? I do so. And even today, there are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did it not do what to be separated and be returned to your I think that push. Take over your parents on the eastern shore of North America. Crying and praying to God to be returned to that arm 400 years ago. Or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemned for being such fools. That's not what to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own salvation for your son. The white man said you will remember that.
How's we gonna make it? Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about it. No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way, come out of their pagan holidays, where you should be honoring Jesus. You are buying bunny rackets and inviting your children to pay eggs for some Easter. Come out of it. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of St. Valentine's Day. Is that? Excuse me. Come out of a name. Come out of a religion. Come out of a culture. Come out of a way of life. Come out of an education. educational system. People. And they will put up all the shows of Lord. And they should. Jesus, none of us, no our spirit. They stood and said, it is a parent. And the old wisdom. Christ wanted to return. With the hands stretched out towards that ship, and time chains themselves bound together. These and when they was put off on this level stones, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country. Strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be west Indians that they were living with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all mischief that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. But this was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the name Jesus. The name Jesus to our a mental sleep, thinking that we all are leaving. This is earth. My brothers and this is very hard for us to people to sit today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and you yesterday. Crying to see the best minute that brought our in subjection to that will. You and I, turning away from your ordinary land and turning it back towards our good house and our and who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your peace. They're trying to make love with the people that destroy you and your parents. Do you feel? I think so. And even today, there are people and shooting you down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did it not do what to be separated and be returned to your? I think that's push. Take over your parents on the eastern shore of North America. Crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. Or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemn you for being such fools. And now, what to live in bondage and slave them until they were beaten for 300 long years. They were condemned as fools. When I wanted to separate people to the bottom and application for his son. So I said, you remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Suleiman Rahim here, Bachelor Covenant. Okay, brothers, this has been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. So it's been a year now. There was an agreement made from slave master. Said, their choice, stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. If the original people decided they wanted to give up the inheritance and traded for a place in America, reconciliation with their former slave master. It's their choice. They chose, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there sand and all that stuff. We want to stay in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with a slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And it's not sound too good. How things are going in America with their reparations. Because they was given 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. You got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told me. He was following this in Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised him. They stay there, 6 states, right? Their own land. And they can make reconciliation with slave masters. They're not devils, not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, there's some things wrong, but now, they don't make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody paid $1 million. Thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. And you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. Thank you. Thank you, Farrakhan. And this was a year ago. 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. They're rejoicing. Oh, man, they're so happy. We made it. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for massive. You got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago. We left. We in Arabia. They're still back in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, he says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And just those 6 states. So, and now they were big and massive. They came asking to turn the power. Why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling about 6 states and never prepared you for him. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So these big men, massive, can you come out and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told them 6 days of promising that he would have prepared them for, right, their schools and education, whatever they needed. But I guess they didn't, because they said, oh, we're not begging the son of master to come and turn the power back on. Then what? This is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these reports in now, a year later. It's like, they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? It's a crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They looked at the farmers when they done. Farmers said, "Oh, so then massive, what's happening here? How come no crop?" It turned out that the rain they gave wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now, so what's going to happen here? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? Now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. They're gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. How come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country, you got your own states, that's your country, then you run it. What are you calling us for? So they're praying, and then, oops, no fuel. But there's no fuel there. Well, You gotta buy your fuel, you gotta produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money. Right? You got your own states. So you ain't telling me what you calling us for. You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. You got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of the inheritance, what you call Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. You know, your brothers and sisters, they left, they took that was offered to them, they took it. And you said, no, I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on? And I said, wait a minute, hold on here. What you calling us for? That's you. You gotta handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff's coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they were celebrating. And now they're crying, begging the master of God. We got all these problems here. So wait a minute, that's your what comes about your problems. You have to work those out. No transportation, I mean, no planes or nowhere. I fly the planes and drive trucks and boats and stuff, and you go and get this stuff. What you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats, and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you coming for? The master, you said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was your reparations. So now if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, man. No gas. Yes, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. Everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So guess what happened? Everything was good when they got it, and it ran out. They had to replace it, pay the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, four houses full. And you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They prepared for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he don't get this for you, but he don't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So then he asked the master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you want to have reparations, so he gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there, they left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because I mean, you're going to say reparation, you should be paying for that, right? So if he was talking about reparation, you should be paying for it. If he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, he told him to build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states, and the reparations, apparently you didn't. So now, it tells you, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. Where'd you come from? Because you're wearing us. You run your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, everything, all this stuff, right? So now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they're going to tell all the people, all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. It'd be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You said one or the other. So all the black folks are here, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff. Right? Was it one or the other? So they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they just said, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all do over here. You have your own money, you have for your own wealth. So they do this. They tell all the white folks, say, protect your money. Right? Transfer your money into gold. And all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? Say transfer it to gold. And then what happens is what they do is they start just printing money. Just start printing money. You understand what that means? It's inflation. Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say $1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? You got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates. Each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold, you got 1 million certificates. Each one, but say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now. You got to connect that to the gold. When you print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they work because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. See, so the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, then less gold. You understand? So a dollar is worth an ounce of gold. That's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's printing money without increasing your wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. See, that doesn't affect their people. They try to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. Still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. $1. Hardly worth anything. Otherwise, hey, that's our money. You got to have your money, control your wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they will do that? You've been a gossip lately? You see what happened to the trees they made, the so-called natives kept telling you a fault town because they kept making trees, but then they broke the trees. They took their land and genocide everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything, because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, it's all it's worth nothing. People still got gold, and even if they take it, hold on, the money hope to increase again, they use another certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. The $1 million you had, you was unhappy with now is probably worth $1 million. You can't buy anything $1 plus a copy. Crap, because everything is selling and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have to communications. You don't have to do any of this stuff. Engineer, but how should I know anything? Because it's our company. Right? He didn't know how to prepare you. He told you to give 6 days. He told you, this many. Right? Now, you're broke. The economy's gone. No food, no electricity, no power, anything. It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You still have to inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. As you chose, you stay there. Close the border so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now. Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it Farrakhan. Farrakhan. You got the Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh, God, come back, man. I'll come back with you. I'll work for Popeye. I'll do anything you want. No, they were in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America any place, just in that land that you 6 days. And then you're starving, you ain't got no money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. And then you see Master Anthony on the phone, he told the guy, you get paid to help you. He finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. So he sitting on the phone, yeah, it worked. We saw them in Revelation, we put them out with that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW, they could have Lamborghini, they sold it for BMW. Good, damn thing didn't work. Now, it's starving. Living in tents. Praying. So what? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, get a big picture. Leave him, the blacks stay on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. But they thought you think it would give you some land to take care of you? You think they wouldn't do that? They go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million, how much that is? 17 million, that would be 17 million times, 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that. What are they gonna do that for you? They want to get rid of you. So now they have to see it. Because they close the border, what you gonna do? When you want to fight to come out? They close the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. Who's out of here? And those groups that's here, they're gone. And our hands are clean. We gave what they wanted. Or anything. God honors contracts. Remember he honored the contract with Jacob. He sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob. It was Esau's inheritance. And God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. It's homeland use promise, you never rejected it. So then you got what you asked for. So they gave you reparations today or tomorrow. How would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, we got it, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. There'll be so much they can say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, I said, why did they take care of you when you was right here? He was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, because you know they're trying to get rid of stuff right now. Trump's trying to get all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening in America. Wow. Of course, coming there. It's a disaster over there. You know, I just got a call. Oh, really? Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Thailand or something. I forgot what it's something called right there. That system. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them? Bring them? Oh no! And he even asked Master Fard Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he's called him and he passed the word to Master Fard Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Listen, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice. Live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe it. They actually sent a message over. Well, they didn't have any communication, but somehow they got the information over to them. Said, would we please come and get them? Nope. No, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell them, talk to them, let them straighten out for you. You want to sell your idea, you have to sell them. So you want to idea reparations, we told you. Right? Suleiman, right, he was a message to you, telling you, look man, let's go home. You said no, you chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a sad story. I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, they're not getting more reports. Okay, he says that was Master Fard Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So that's it, brothers and sisters. We got those back. They came in. All that came in today. I mean, I came in fast. After a whole year. Total collapse. They're begging it. Somebody help me. We can't do it. They're master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in. They said, well, if you won't come and get us food, we at least send some food. They begged him, please send some food. After I'm saying, I'm going to send a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. This guy that in. He says, can you come and get it? Please send some food. He says, no. He refused. That's the report. Just got information from the ambassador. He said that he's ready to meet. He says, no. He said, please, just please send some food. He said, no. Go away. You made your choice. Case closed. Just got that in, bro. It's just, that's not like him.